Hello and welcome back to the second part in this tutorial series of Design to Code. In the first part, we designed this e-commerce shoe store website from the head all the way to the bottom. So this is what we did in the first part. You can see the design right here. I user-friendly designer to design it. The header right here, the logo, the hero section, which will be a slider. These three column right here, category section right here, as you can see, a feature products right here, that'll be also the slider, a trending section, we had more shoes, a promo section right here, so you can get a coupon, blog, and then our photo. That's what we did in the first video. I'll be linking in the description to that first part. I will leave a link in the description to the first part. And we designed this model. Now in this tutorial, this video, we'll be creating the HTML, converting all the design to a working website with HTML, CSS, SASS, and JavaScript. So let me show you the finished project. So this be the finished project. As you can see, at our header, the menu right here, you can see this nice animation, the logo, three icon right here, search, wish list, and a bag right here. Our menu, as soon we hover, we got this nice animation. When we click it, got this nice mega menu that comes in, and this change to an X. Click again, it goes away. Click again, it comes. And we had this nice hero section that take the full screen. With the slider, when I click next, it slide. And after this session, we had these three boxes column right here. As you can see, the header change color. Right here it was transparent. As you can see, no background color. As soon we pass this session, it changed colors. And then we had our category section right here. And our feature products with a content sliding. Guess I can drag this. We slide. And then we have the trending section right here. With more shoes. And look very nice. And then we had our promo section right here. And I'll get coupon. As soon as I click this, we get this nice animation right here. As you can see, click this, then we close. Then we have our blog section and a photo right here. So we'll be using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in this video to create all of this. And our website will be responsive if I right click, choose inspect. You are also resizing this. As you can see, it's all looking nicer. If I resize down more for mobile, it's like mobile, as you can see right here. But nice. As you can see, the image got smaller and everything fits right there. And this become one column, one column, one column, one column. And these shoes also work. I can navigate through with this also. So one column, one column. Choose to tablet size. As you can see, we have two columns and one column stretch. Two columns, two, 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 and one. So that's what we'll be creating in this video. So without further ado, let's get started. So welcome back. My name is Marius, and on this channel I create web design and development tutorial. I release new tutorial on Wednesday. So if that's something that interests you, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell notification icon if you have not done already so you'll be notified every time I release new tutorial. As I say in the intro of this video, we'll be using HTML, CSS, SASS, and JavaScript to code the design we did from our last tutorial. I will be leaving a link in the description so you can watch the first parts. So I already have I set up a starter file. So I open up to code our website. I had the HTML open right here. I link to the CSS right here. I'm going to be SASS and compile it into regular CSS. So I link to the regular CSS right here. I added a title on my website, as you can see right here, and a favor icon right here, which is this right here, and it's empty right now. And at the bottom I link to the jQuery library, and I'm going to be using the owl carousel for the carousel that we saw in the intro, and my custom JS file right here. I'm going to be using prepros to compile my SASS file. Since this is a little big project, I set up some CSS SASS variable to help me along. For example, I set up my variable right here for the colors. As you can see, the font size, the spacing, all of this, the breakpoint for the mobile, medium devices, laptop, and desktop. And I have some mixing for the transition, for the animation, the back shadow, border, and some flex backs mixing for example justify between, for the space between, justify content space between, all of that. And then at the bottom right here, I got my grade, I got my responsive media query right here, which I'll be using throughout the tutorial. And also during this tutorial I'll be using a lot of helper classes, so I want to show you. I create some of these helper classes that I'm going to be using throughout the tutorial. For example, had this text sender SM that would make my text align center mobile devices all the way to larger devices, because these are mobile first. I also had text sender MD for medium devices. These helper classes, for example, upper class, uppercase, underline. So I'm going to be using some of those throughout this tutorial, so you will see. Of course, I have my grade right here on my container, my grade system, 12 grade layout for my container right here, where the small devices, the width is 90%. Medium devices, the width is 85%, and larger devices, the max width is 123.3 RAM. And if you take a look at inside our variable right here, this is the width for the large devices. So it's 1233, the 1233 pixel. So I have my container right here, and I have my flex column right here. As you can see, flex SM1, 2, all the way to 12. And I have MD, LG, and then Excel. So I'm going to be using these throughout the tutorial. Also, I create a tutorial where I show you how to create this 12 grade system. So I'm going to be linking that also in the description, so you can watch it if you want to see how to create it. So without further ado, we start coding the HTML. So first and first, as you can see in the final project, we had this navigation on top here at the side with a menu at the logo in the between and these three icons. So we will start with that. So I will start using my header element with a class called header. Write a little comment right here. Inside the header, I use my nav element with a class called header 2_nav. And inside of the header nav, I will create my container. And inside the container, I will declare my row. And inside of my row, I do flex sm-2. So on smaller devices, we take 2 columns. And then I also give it another class flex MD and medium devices 3. We take 3 column and medium devices and 2 column and smaller devices. So there are total 12 column. So I'll multiply that by 3. So we make me 3 of these. So on the second column, which is the logo, we want to be 6 column on all devices. So flex sm6. And then for the last column, which hold the icon, the 3 icon, and the smaller device is gonna be 4, and then gonna be 3 here also. So everything add up to 12. So 2, 4, 6, and 12, and this become 3 will be 6, and another 6, which is 12. So I'll write a little comment for this. And here this will be for the menu. So I create a div with a class called header 2_menu. Now I create button, use a button element with a class called header 2_menu 2 toggler. This will be the button that we will click to toggle the menu. Inside of here, we will create 3 span with a class called line. And this will be the line that will create the menu, that will make the X animation. So a little comment right here. So just copy this. And after this, I'll create another span with a class called hide on sm, and then show on md. Again, these classes are inside the utility that I showed you earlier. This hide an SM, as you can tell, as you can guess, we hide this span element on smaller devices, but we show them on medium devices. So it's gonna be menu. Once I save this, we get this menu right here, as you can see. Now this is medium devices. Let's say if I shrink it down, as you can see, it disappears. When I bring it back, actually I will leave it like this, since this is a medium small, so I'll leave it like this for now. And for my row, I will add a class called inline item sender. So since this row is display flex inline item sender, we set the inline item property and set its value to be center. So everything is centered inside of the header right here. So I save this. You see nothing changes here. So that's the menu, header menu right here. I'll collapse this and go right here inside of the second one, which we hold our logo. So I just say header, give it a class called header logo. Inside here, I create an anchor element, and this will be the first slash, and then choose image, put a period forward slash. I go inside my image folder and then find the relax logo.png, and for the art, I put brand logo. Save this, as you can see right here. Now as soon as we put the background overlay, you'll be able to see it clearly, because this is like off white, so it's hard to see. So that's the logo. So we finish with the logo. I collapse this also. For our now, this for the icon, the 3 icon. And this we get create a div with class header extra. And first create a div called search. We will hold the search icon inside of it. Again, a little comment right here. It's important to write a comment so you know where each thing is located. Later on, if you want to do update or add new stuff to it. So I create a class called icon, and I'm gonna be use the remix icon. So I'll just copy it. So this is the icon. I save this. You can see the icon right here, very small right here. Now I'm gonna copy this, Control C, come down, Control V, paste it. I'll collapse this, and this will be wish list. And be hot. And inside of this one, this icon, we need another element, a span element. And the span element we add used to make the small little circle on top of it. Now we change this title to be wish. This. Collapse this, copy this again, paste it for the third icon, and this will be the shopping bag So the naming shopping dash bag, and we need the spend again. So I will close this, save it. Got these three icons right here. Now once we get to the SASS, we make them side by side. So that's it for this header. Now we're gonna create a mega menu for that will show once we click on the menu. So we collapse all of this, collapse the row, and collapse the container. And right after the container, I will create a div with class called mega menu. And inside of it, I will create another div with a class called close mega menu. And then another class called hide on LG. I don't want to show this close button on larger devices, only on mobile devices and on medium sized devices. And then I will put my close icon. So I save this. You should see a small tiny X right here. It's hard to see, but we're gonna fix that soon. So after the close, we go down, create a container again. Inside of the container, we create another row. And we need total of 4 columns inside of the row. So we want these 4 columns to be on larger devices, and medium and small devices. We just want them to display as 1 column. So we do flex LG -3 multiplied by 4, so it gives us 4. So I'll write a little comment right here. And inside of this one, we create a UL element. Inside of it, first we create an H3 where the man shoes, go down couple space, with some space on top here too. Choose li with an anchor element. So to make this a little bit faster, I put it in parentheses. I put the right angle bracket A, and then multiply all of this, and multiply all of this by 7. So it create an li inside of it, the anchor element, with a total of 7 of them. The first one will be athletic shoes. Copy this. This be running shoes. Running shoes, and this be casual dress shoes, and this should be sandals, boots, and then the last one, sharp, all men's shoes. Save it. You get this right here. And I'm gonna copy this. It's a whole URL. Come to the second column, paste it, and instead of men, it's gonna be women, and this also gonna be women. Save it. So we had this. And for the third one, it's gonna be popular brand. And our first one will be Nike, Adidas, and the last one, view all brands. Save it. You have it right here. And then the last one, paste it again, URL, and this will be sizes. And I'm going to delete all of this, delete this, and give this the li class called sizes. Inside of it, I create button element where the class called size, and the first one will be sys. I hold Shift Alt arrow key to duplicate it. So I have total of 4. The second one be 7, and this be 7.5, and the last one for this gonna be 8. And copy this, Shift Alt down arrow key to duplicate it, and this be 9, 10, 11, 12, and then again 13, 14, 15, and 16. I save this. Yeah, this is what we get right here. So this is the mega menu right here. So we close it out. So this is our whole header right here. As you can see. Now it doesn't look that nice because we had to do the styling. Now before we start styling, I realized I did a small mistake. If I go inside this container right here, the last column right here should be cut now wish list. No change. But now we can start styling. I'll go inside my SCSS layout and find my headers. That's SCSS right here. As you can see, it's empty. So now we can start styling. By the way, instead of the main, I import everything. So the header right here, a header imported right here. So let's get started. So first, I will select our header class. I says width to be 100%. I will set position to be fixed, so it always stick on the top. I will set the left property to be 0, top also to be 0. I will set the z index to be 100. I save it. No change here. I will give it the background color, temporary background color for now. I give it the body text color, which we go back to our variable. This is the body text color, this one right here. So once I save it, we get this. As you can see, this is the logo. So now let's continue. After this, we start styling the header nav. This one, that's inside of the header. So I'll put the ampersand to underscore input nav. When I do this, it's letting header nav. Since this is header, this also contain header. In SASS, instead of writing again header nav like this, I can just put ampersand and added the rest to it, and we just select it as header nav. As you can see, header nav right there. So for this, I'll give it a border bottom 0.2 rem solid, and I use my off-white color. I also set position to be relative. The reason why I set position to be relative because of this mega menu later on. You can't really see the border right now, but as soon as we put a hero section, you will be able to see it. After the header nav, now I'm going to do the header menu, which is this right here. So in ampersand menu, I put a little comment right here. Menu icon taglet. I set display to be flex. Align item to be center. Nothing happens right here, but on larger devices you'll be able to see the word menu and be aligned next to each other. Let me show it to you real quickly. Let me remove the background color right here. As you can see right here, without this, see, we are just stack on top of each other. Pass one display flex. But now let's show, and to make sure we're always in the center, that's why I set the align item center right here. So I'm going to get back to the mobile size. And right after that, I'm going to start styling the button inside of it. So I say button. I say it's background color to be transparent. Save that. Now it's gone. You can't see anything right here. Now if we take a look inside of the HTML right here, inside the header menu, our button had this class header menu tagler. So now we can start styling this. So I'll come back here. Again, this is header menu. Now we need to get a header menu tagler. So I'll just put the ampersand again, or two dashes, put a tagular. So this we select header menu tagular, as you can see right here, which is the same right here. So for this, I will set position be relative, says width to be 4.5 rem, and says height to be 4 rem. Set overflow be hidden. I give it a border so you can see. Actually, let me bring back up this the background color. Now let me give a border so you can see. So I use my mixin. I have a mixin right here for a border, as you can see. So I'm gonna use that. So to use the mixin, just use the percent include. Sorry about all the noise. Use my mixin name, so border. Save it. As you can see, this is the icon that we're working with. Go down. Now start styling the span element that had a class line. So I will select the line. I give them position or absolute. Says width to be 95% or is parent width. I set the height to be 0.35 rem. I set background color to be the off-white color. And I set left to be 50%. I save this. Let me get rid of the overflow hidden right here. So this our line right here, but we want them in the middle right here. So let's do transform, translate x negative 50%. Now it's right in the middle. Now we start moving each one of these because there are 3 of them. So I will select the first one using the N child's letter, N child pass 1. Select the one, the first one, say tap to be 0.75 rem. Save it. You can see it right here. I copy this, bring it down. The second one, 2. Give it a tap of 50% and transform, translate on negative 50% and then negative 50%. I'm referring back to this first 50%, and then when I did a tap, I give it another 50%. So it's in the middle, horizontally and vertically. And see it's right here. Now we need to do for the last one, the third one. So I'll copy this. So it's 3. And then this time we bottom. Save it. As you can see right here. So that's the line. Now we want to do the animation when we hover over it. As you can see, we need the finish project right here. As you can see, once we hover it, this, when we click it, we get this. Now we need to do the hovering. So let's do that. So this is the line. Now we say tagular, this one right here, hover. Once we hover it, then we're gonna grab the line and select the first one, child 1. We set tab to be 1.2 RAM. Copy this, paste it. For the second one, we set a transform, translate 100%, and then -50%. And then the last one, so 3. This time gonna be tab, it'll be bottom. I save it, and now let's try. As soon as we hover it, you can see the second one jump and went all the way to this side. Got this 100%. But as you can see, it just jump. So we need a little bit of transition so it's nice and smooth. So we come back here. So I can do transition, and then specify the property I want to transition. In this case, we dot I want transition the tab, the transform, and the bottom of each of these. So in this case, I will do all. The transition duration 0.3 seconds, and the timing function is out. So I save this. Now let's take a look. Nice smooth, as you can see. But instead of writing this over, I have a mixin right here that take care of my transition for me right here. So I'm gonna be using that throughout the tutorial. So instead of putting all of this, I can just put include transition, and that's it. So it will do the same thing, as you can see. Now you can see that you can see this, the second one, but we want to hide it. That's where the overflow hidden comes in. So when we put this one back in, we hover it, now you don't see it, as you can see. So we need to do the other one. Once we click it, we want it to turn to X. Let me show you in the finished project real quickly. So you can see it's turned to X. Close again, it goes back. But this only affects under larger devices, not small devices. So we had to use the media query to specify that only we needed under larger devices. But we're gonna create it with our small devices so you can see the effect without us have to go back all the way to the larger screen. So let's do that. So we have our hover right here. We need to do something like active, give it a class active. Anytime this toggler have the class active, we return it to X. So first, let's add our class active to it. So once here, give a class called active. Save it. Nothing happens. So now, as soon as I have a class active, we see the line. I'll just copy this real quickly. Paste it right here. Now the first one, we set that to be 50%. 50%. So let's save that and see. As you can see, it come all the way in the middle. Now it's not so much in the middle, so we need to push it a little bit back up. So again, we do transform, translate, -50%. So it's saying the center and the horizontal axis, and then -50%. again 50% to bring it back up a little bit so it's the middle. So let's save that. As you can see, it went back up a little bit. And then we want to rotate it. So rotate 90 degrees. So it turns to like a vertical line. And this one, we leave it the same because we want to remove it. And for the third one, we set bottom to be auto. We set top also to be 50%. And we set the transform. It won't be the same as this one. So I'll just copy this. But instead of 90 degrees, it's going to be 180 degrees. So let's do this. So as you can see, it had a plus sign. Now we need to flip the whole thing to make it like an X. So after I did our third one, I'm going to flip the entire toggler right here. So I'll say transform, we rotate 345 degrees. Save it. So we have it like an X right here. Let me remove the border so you can see. Now you can see the X. And add a little bit transition to this also. So I include transition. But as you can see, this how it will work, but we want it only under larger devices. So I'm going to use my media query. So I say I include respond and specify the screen size. So in this case, LG. And then we put all of this, cut this, and then paste them right here. Save it. And I went back normal right here. But on larger devices, you can see, as you can see, and when the X on medium devices like this is normal, all the way to small is normal like this. So first I will remove this active class from here. Save it. So you can see. Now that is that. As you can tell, we have this menu word right here. Let's say I'm remove the background color from this. We had this word menu right here. So let's style that real quickly. After the toggler, and collapse this and grab a span because it's right here. We're hiding our smaller devices and showing them our medium and larger devices. Because our smaller, there's not enough room to contain all of this. It becomes really squished together. So for this, I will set the text transform to be uppercase. Set the font size to be 2 rem. Set the font weight to be the bold weight, which is 700. And I set the color to be off-white. And with that, I will set my background color on the header here again. So this is what we have. Now we need to add some space to this. So I will go back inside my toggler right here, and right after the transition, I will do the media query. This one and the screen size MD, and then every margin the right to be 1.2 RAM. Save this. We get this, and to see the how this will look like, if you open our mixin right here, come all the way to this right here. For example, this MD will be the add media screen, and the main width here, which is 34.5628 EM, and right here variable, we go all the way down right here. This is the width, so EM is the minimum width is 553 pixel. Large devices are 901 pixel, and extra large devices are 1401 pixel. So for the MD right here, from this width all the way to here, because our main width, not maximum width. So this it will affect the medium devices, large devices, and extra large devices. So that's the menu. Now let's continue with this. So I'm gonna bring this to small again, like this. Collapse this, and collapse this, collapse this. So our menu is finished. Now let's talk about logo. So I'll come back here, logo. So it's called header logo. Let me collapse this real quickly. It's right here. So header logo. Again, in the CSS, it will be something like this. Header logo. That's how it will be like. First, I will give it a padding. Top and bottom to be small. Spacing SM, and left and right 0. This small spacing right here is a 2 RAM. So 2 RAM top and bottom, and 0 left and right. I give it a border left to be 0.2 RAM solid of white. I will duplicate this, and then border right also the same thing. I save it. We get this, as you can see, padding on top and the bottom. Now we select the anchor element which wrap around the image. It says width to be auto. It says height to be 4 RAM. Save this, and we get this, as you can see. Now we need to grab the image, and it says height to be 100%. Save it, and it looks nice right here. And here we say text align to be center. So we put our logo in the center right here. So that's the logo. Now let's move to this one, the extra. So I will collapse the logo. So the extra, header extra. So again, extra. Set display to be flex. Inline item to be center. Justify content to be space between. I save it. This is what we get. Now we choose the search, the wish list, and the cart. I set the margin left, left to be auto. So they are going to be pushed to the right. Save it. As you can see, push to the right. Then we grab each one, the icon right here. Remember wrap. Now we're going to grab this icon class and style it. So go down that icon, say position, be relative, say text, align, be right. I say cursor to be pointer, say look like clickable, as you can see. And then I'll choose the eye which hold the font icon. Say font size to be 2 rem, and color to be the off white. And save it. This is what we get. Now let's create a small little circle on top here with a span. For example, right here, this. So come down here, span. Make sure you're inside of the icon. I'm seeing inside of the icon class right here. So span. You got the width on 1 rem, the height of 1 rem also, the border radius of 50%, the display, the flex, justify contents, the center. Actually, we don't need a display flex. Sorry. I say position to be absolute. That's why I said the position to be relative. I say tap to be 0.4 rem, and then right to be 0. So I save this. Oh, and background color to be my accents color. Save it, and then we get this. If you take a look at the finished project right here, we have this animation. You can see how it bounced a little bit. So we're gonna create that. So that happened and hover on the icon. So let's do that real quickly. Icon right here. Hover. Set animation. The name will be bounce. Once. The timing will be 0. The duration will be 0.5 seconds. The timing function will be is and out. And the field mode will be forward. Save it. Nothing happened yet. So let's go all the way down right here, outside of the header completely right here. Put it a keyframe, and then our animation name, which in this case bounce once. I say at 50% during our animation on the transform. Scale to be 1.1, and then 100%. One with a transform, and a scale to be 1. At 0% is already scale 1, and at 50% I want to be 1.1, and then 100% after it finishes will be back to 1 again. So I save this and let's see. As you can see, I don't know if you can see it very well. It look nice, right? So that's the animation. So we finished the logo, the header extra. Now the big one, the mega menu right here. So let's do that. Come down here, little comment, mega menu, and give class mega menu. Set position to be fixed, width to be 85%, tab to be 0, left to be 0, height to be 100%, set a padding to be using my variable spacing LG, which is 6 rem. So I want to give it a 6 rem. The padding tab 0 left and right, and on bottom again spacing this type MD, which is 4 rem. So top will be 6 rem, left and right be 0, and the bottom will be 4 rem. I will set the overflow Y and the Y axis to be auto. Set background color to be white color, and set a Z index to be 200, so it's always on the top. I will give it a back shadow, so I will use my back shadow missing close back shadow, which if you take a look right here, this one back shadow right here, the X 0, the Y 0.12 rem, the blur 1.5 rem, and the color is the primary color, and give it some transparency, 28% transparency. So with that, I will save this, and we have this right here, and give it a transition. So again, add include transition. Now I will target our close menu, right, this one. So let's do that. The close mega menu. I set position to be absolute. Set the tab to be 2 rem, right, 2 rem, and then font size to be 4.5 rem. I save this. Then made a mistake. Okay, 1 second. Go back to the HTML. Yeah, I misspelled it right here. So it's E. I forgot an E. Save it. Now here we have it right here. I set a cursor pointer, so it looks clickable. Now let's style all of this, and then we're gonna move to the larger device CSS. Make it look nice also. So every one of these wrap inside a UL. So like that. So UL. First grab the H3, which hold the title of each one of these. I set margin bottom to be space. That's then we see 2 rem. As you can see, it's 2 rem. I save it. Again, some margin on the bottom of each one of these. Now let's style each one this anchor element. So UL, LI, and A. I say color to be my body text color. I said display. Body text color display to be block. So that 100% for the width. Right now, you can click it right here. You only stop right here because it inline element. So I said to block it will be 100% as width, parent width. So I said font size to be 1.6 rem. I save it. So we get, now you can see that it's clickable all the way over here. Once we hover over it, let's change the color to be hover accent color. So I save this. It's a variable that I created. As you can see. Now do the UL to add some space in between. We have way too close. So after this one, go back to UL LI. I say margin the bottom to be 1 rem, as you can see. So we have margin bottom 1 rem on each one of these. And let's take care of these now, these sizes. So I go down here, I say UL LI, and these LI had a class for sizes. I say display, flex, justify content, space between, margin bottom to be 2 rem. Now we're going to grab the button, each one of the button. So I'll go down here, say UL button, that has class size. I set audit flex to be 1. As you can see. And then I need to add a little bit of margin to the right bottom. So I say margin right to be 1.5 rem, as you can see. I give it them all the heights of 4 rem. Background dash color be transparent. I will use my border, and I will change the width of it to be 0.2 rem. Now it's a little bit hard to see the border, but we are right there. I'll group border radius to be border radius, which is a variable I created, which is 0.4 rem. Save it, and it shows right here. I add some transition, and I'm going to remove the margin from the last one of this LI. So I say last child margin, that right to be 0. Now we push back. Add some hover effects to it. Say hover Once we hover, I will change the border color to be my hover accent color. Save this. Once hover, I can see it change. Give it class active. Once I have this class active, we change background color to be this hover accent, and the color of text to be off-white, and the border color to be transparent. Save it. Now let's give one of these down here. That gives one, for example, this one, class active. Save it. As you can see right here. And let me remove this. So that's our mega menu. Now we need to focus on the, let me collapse this. Now we need to focus on the larger devices because we wanted to comment. For example, we'll take a look right here. I can see this nice animation right here. So we need to do that for the larger devices. But first, let's move this one out of the way. So when we click on small devices, we slide in. So I will set the transform, translate x be negative 100%, and then slide off. And where had the class active, I will set is transform, translate x to be 0. Now it's not working now. Now I'll close this, and then let's start working on the larger devices. So I'm going to expand this. So somewhere right here. Make this one a little bit smaller. So somewhere like right here. Yeah. So they include LG. So first let me remove this one so we can see what we're doing first. So we have this whole thing right here. So I can see it's for column right here. So let's do position to be absolute. That's why we set the header nav right here to be position relative. And absolute. I said width to be 100%. Top be 102%. The 2% because the border width right here is 0.2 rem, so that's why I'm adding to this one, so it can be right on the edge right here. I said height to be auto, and set a max height to be 40 rem. I remove the back shadow. I give it padding. I will set a border bottom 0.4 rem solid, and use my primary color. Save it. Here is what we get right here. As you can see, it's right on the edge right here. I will give it a background color, background image, so it's a background. URL, go to image folder, to mega menu -bg.jpg, save it. As you can see, that shows right here. Now we set the background size to be cover, position, background position to be center, and then background repeat to no repeats. Save it. We have our shoe right here, and this nice menu. Now we need to do the animation. As you can see before, like we taken like it's 3D. So let's do that. So first I will set transform perspective to be 100 RAM. That's how far do I want my animation to look, like the 3D. Do I want it to be closer to me or far from me? So you will see it. So then I will set the transform, translate X to be 0, and then rotate X to be -25 degree. I save this. As you can see, it's Q. Then when I have the class active, that's on active, then we want to grab this again, the transform perspective right here. Now instead of -25 degrees, it's just going to be 0. Now with this, let's say if I change this one to, let's say 500, see, it's a lot closer to me. If I change to a small number, let's say 50, now you see a little bit further away. The smaller the number, the further away it will appear. The bigger the number, the closer it will appear to you. So let's say I do like 5 RAM. As you can see, if I do like 500, it's a lot closer. So I'll leave it to be 100 RAM. So when I have the class active, it will be everything back to normal. And I'll set the transform origin to be tap center, so it kicks in from here. For now, it will be doing it from this side, but once I set a tap center, we kick it from here. As you can see, for example, when I leave it like this, it was right here. But once I set this one, I can see it's more in the center. And I will bring this back right here on the smaller devices. After this, I'll set the opacity to be 0, visibility be hidden, and when I had active, opacity to be 1, and visibility to be visible. Save it. Yeah, we got this. Now we don't have a JavaScript to make everything come in. Again, once I resize it, nothing happens. Now let's move to the JavaScript to make our menu works. So I'm just gonna collapse this inside my JS folder, open main.js right here, and then I get started. Put a little comment right here, header, So I will create a variable called header. I'm going to select my header. So document, query, selector, select my header element, header class right there. Then I'm going to create another variable for the menu taggler. So menu taggler, and choose, instead of writing document again, since the menu taggler is inside of this header class, and I'll just select the header right here. I can just say header query selector and choose it. So it's header menu taggler like this. Now I'm going to select actual menu, the mega menu. So comes mega menu. You can say header query selector. Now last for this, I'll select the close button. So comes close mega menu btn. Again, gonna be header query selector close mega menu. Save. Nothing works here, but now we start working on the event listener. So we choose the menu taggler, add event listener. We listen to the click, and we run a function. And then as soon we click it, we grab the mega menu, access class list, and then we're going to toggle the class active. Save this. Now let's try it out. Click, as you can see, it shows. Now when I click, it won't go away. So I'm going to refresh again. Click, it shows. Refresh. Now let's try larger screen. I click, as you can see. Click, toggle, you remove it, you add the active class, you remove it, add to it. If I right click here and choose inspect, let me make this one like this. If you take a look right here, the mega menu here, as you can see, we had the active class. Once I click it again, it's removed. Click it, is added. Click is removed. So let me reset this again. Now we need to make the X, so it turns to X, and that is very simple. So right here, since we're clicking on this, which is this one right here, we can access this again by saying using the this keyword class list, the toggle is also a toggle class active. So this right here, this keyword is referring to the elements that we're working with. So in this case, the menu taggler, this is referring to this. So save this. Now let's try it out. Click, as you can see, it turned the X. Click, it remove it, add it, remove it. Now let's make a smaller devices. Right here, these are medium. Shows now we need to get rid of this. So we choose our close menu, add event listener, this into a click. You run the function, and we're just going to grab the mega menu as a class list, and then going to remove the active class. Save it. So click, it shows a height, shows heights. So that is that. Now we need to work on these shoe sizes. You see this one, we need to work on that, so you can select them. I can see in the finished project. You can see in the finished project we can select them, as you can see. So let's do that. Close this. I will add the active class today so it's stick, so we can see what we're doing. So let me go here, go to mega menu, add class active, save it, so it's stick right here. Go back to that JS. I will resize this a little bit. So I create a variable counts shoe sizes with the header, the query selector all. This time we select all, so we're gonna select all the size. So this is what we're selecting inside of the mega menu. All the way down here we're selecting these, all this button, so you can select all of them, all of this. That's why we choose query selector all. If you just choose query selector like this, and we only select the first one, so in this case only this one, but all we select all of this, maybe like a node list. So if I do something like console dialog shoe sizes, save this, right click right here, choose inspect. As you can see, wait, let me bring this one to the, we have a node list here that says 12. Look at total 12 of them. So 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3, so 4 times 3 12. So you can see all of them. But if we only choose one, just quit set like this, save it, and we have one, only the first one, only select only the first one, but in this case we need all of them, so that's why I'm choosing all. So I close this. I will create another variable called let's multiple selection, and I will say value to be false. For now, I explain this for why I do that. I choose another variable let's active selection selection, and this I will not give any value yet. So first I will get the other shoe size, all of them, and loop through all of them, and then add the event listener to each one of them, like click event for each one of these. So I'll either for each loop, so I say shoe size that for each, and for each loop take a 3 parameter. The first parameter is an element that is being currently looped through, second one is the index, and the third one is the array itself. In this case I'm only gonna use just one, the element that I've been looped through, and I'll use the arrow function. So let's size, I'll give it a size. So this size refer to each individual of these. So as here, now we're going to grab the size. Actually, let me cancel lag so you can see them. Cancel that lag. Size. Save it. Right click. Now you can see all of them right here. From 6 all the way to the 16. As you can see. As you can see. Close this. Now I'm going to grab the size. Each individual at the event listener to them. So click, run the function. And then we check for the multiple selection. I say if, and I will explain to you what I'm doing. If multiple selection equals true, then I'm going to grab the size, the one we currently is clicking on, then grab class list and toggle class active. Now let's try that. Once I click, nothing happened because this is set to false. But if I change this to true, now let's click it, it's active. Now that's what I'm doing here. The multiple selection we allow to select multiple or this and one thing. If I want to deselect one, I can just click it, deselect it. As you can see. But in this case, I set it to false. So if this is set to true, we're going to do the else. So else, I will grab the size, the one we're currently clicking on, the class list. Then I'm going to add the active class to it. So I save it. So I'm going to click, added this. Nice, adding to all of them. Let's see selecting it. We're going to take care of that now. So we're going to add the article, the one that we click. And then our active selection, the active selection will be all these that have the class active. So it's gonna be document, the query, select all, again all of them. So you can size active. Because each one of these had a class size, and when you click on it, we add in another class called active. So that's what I'm selecting right here. So as soon as we select that, we're gonna loop through all of this again. This that had a class active, and then we remove them. So say active selection for each, and then I pass a parameter active, which is the one that currently had a class active, and then will be active that class list that remove active. So I'm gonna remove active from all of this. First we add to the one that we click in, and then I'm gonna select all of them. See, as you can see, once we click one, it click all of them and select all of them. Then we're gonna select all the one that had the active class. We will loop through them all and then remove them again. So let's see. So we click, see, it's removing it, add it, and then remove everything again. So you can really see it working. So but that after this one, then we're gonna add again. So I'm gonna copy this, paste it here. So let's see. So it's added, a remove added to this one. remove, add it to this one, remove and add it to this one, remove, add this one. And then we're gonna select all again. And then down here, we're gonna reselect all of this again. So it's working. And when we set this to true, you can select multiple. Set this back to false. Click it. See, now it works. So that's the header. Now, as you can see in the final project, when we scroll, it change background color and all of that. We're gonna be saving it until we do the hero session. We write and code a hero session. So that's it for the JavaScript for the header. So I'm gonna collapse all of this, and this. I'm here. Close this one out. Go back to my schema right here, and then remove the active class for the mega menu right here. Close this one out, and this one out, the header. Resize this to be small on those smaller devices. So small devices, it's working. Close this out, and that's it. I close out this for now. Now we continue with our HTML. Now we start working on the hero session. So really quick comment right here. Is a session element with a class called hero. Inside here, I create a div with a class called hero carousel, and also ID hero carousel also. Press enter. And inside here, I create my first slide. So the first slide gonna be the athletic shoes. So create a div called athletic with class called athletic sneakers. And another class called hero underscore slide. Press enter. Let's copy this. Press end. And right inside of here, I create my container. Inside of the container, create my row class, and on the class align item center. I'm creating two column, equal column sys. Column sorry, a flex LG only on larger devices sys times 2. On medium devices and small devices just will be one column. So first, I will create a div with a class called athletic sneaker content underscore content, and I say text center SM and text left LG. So these two are helper classes in my utility. The text center SM, we made our text align center on small devices all the way to medium, and from LG and up we made our text align left. So right in here we have a H1 header element one. The first one be rule dominate and conquer the field. I save that. You can see because this is fixed, is stuck all the way over here. So let me remove the fix from the header so we'll be able to see it. So go all the way over here. I comment this out for now. Leave it like this. Now you can see rule, dominate, and conquer field. On our finished project, as you can see, each one of these are in one line. So let's do that. So I bring this one back out of the way. So with that, I put a BR tag right here and here also. Save this. Now you can see each as their own line, each. And then right after that, create my button. With a class called button. Another class called button. To dash a default. I will leave the href empty. And for here I will say sharp athletic shoes. Save it. So that's the first column. The second column will be the image. So I will collapse this, come right here, and I will copy this one, create a class, added image to this, and here that's one I'm gonna put my image. So the image element / go to image folder and look for slider sneaker one.png. I leave the alt empty. I save it. We get this one. So that's the first slide. I will collapse this first slide. Go to the next one. And this one will be running sneakers and another class hero slide. Inside here, I will have my container. Inside of the container, I had my image. So running sneakers image. Inside here I have my image element. So I will go inside the image folder and we look for slide sneakers 2.png. And down here I have the running sneakers 2_contents, and then another class called text center sm. So from small devices all the way to extra large devices, it can be text center. So I'm gonna have heading 1. I will say run and reach the finish line first. And I have my button. And this we say sharp running shoes. Save this. We got it right here. Now let's do the last one. So I collapse this. The third one will be casual sneakers hero slide. So in here it will be like the opposite of this first one. So I'm just gonna copy this from the first one. So we just switching the image, the direction. It's right here, and this one right here. I'm just gonna change this right here, paste it right here, and the image, bring it up here. I'm gonna change this. Go this a running casual sneakers. I change it right here. Everywhere this is athletic sneakers, change them to casual like that. And this will be sync 3, and the heading 1 will be walk, and the second one will be relax, and the third one right here will be have hope and be at peace, and this one will be sharp casual shoes. Save it. Then we have this. So it doesn't look that nice, so we can start working on the CSS, the styling of it. So I'm going to collapse all of this. So inside of my page folder here, I create a new file called hero.scss. Each section of this page will have its own SASS file, so easier to maintain. So inside of my main SCSS, I'll make sure I import this hero.scss. So just add import. I'm going to start my pages, and then the hero. I don't need to put the SCSS, I just leave as hero. save it. Let's say it's this on the body, background color to be yellow, save, sorry, yellow, save it. As you can see, it's working. So with that, I will remove this one. We don't need this. So I select my hero class. I set height to be 100 viewport height. And I said overflow to be hidden. Now you can see it took the full screen and all the other images are hidden. Now we start setting the carousel. So I say hero carousel. Again, I don't have to put a hero again. Carousel. This we select hero carousel. I says height to be 100%. Position to be relative. And then a hero image, sorry, a hero slide. I say height to be 100 viewport height, so it matches this. I say color to be the off-white. It says padding be 12 RAM, tap 0 left and right, and 15 the bottom. Save it. As you can see, I push this down and make sure that all the hero slide have a 100 viewport height. The height is 100 viewport height. These are the hero slide, each individual of them. So with that, I say they are going to receive a background image, so I will set a background size for each one of them to be covered by default. Background position to be center by default for all of them, and background repeats to be no repeats, and nothing will show here. And for each one like this, each one I will set its margin bottom to be my small spacing right here, which is 2 RAM. As you can see, save it. First, let me remove the color so you can see what we're doing. So we have this. Now we start applying the background images for each one of these. So let's do that. So the first one is athletic, sneakers. Say background image be linear gradient to the right at the direction, RGB A, and our first color we can specify the primary color, and the transparency of 0.7, and the second color is going to be the same as this one. And then after this, specify the image that we need, the URL. We go inside the image folder, images folder, and we look for slider at 1.jpg. Save it. We have this. Now we can put the color on this. Now we have it. Now we can go back to the I'll go back here and set a position to be fixed and remove the background color. Now you can see. That's the first one. Now let's do the second one, which is the before we go there, let's add some padding for this one. It is too squish, so inside here, still slide here, do my include respawn for my MD medium devices, save padding to be 15 RAM. Let me try this a little bit. You can see that's the MD. If I comment this one out, see it push a little bit up, but when I comment this, a little bit more padding here. And on larger devices, for example here, I want to remain the same padding as for smaller, the original. So let's copy this, say LG, to be 10. So nothing changes here. Now let's focus on this one, the image right here. So I say I just copy this right here, come out here, paste, and select the image inside of it. I said width to be 80%, margin to be 0 auto. Save this. See, it shrunk down a little bit. On medium devices, MD, all the way to XL devices, I want to set the width to be 90%. Now nothing changes here, but as soon as I start resizing this, you can see it get bigger. As you can see here. As you can see. Now let's do that for the running sneakers. You can see it now. So we remove this overflow heading. Now let's take care of the running shoes right here. So we copy this, come down here, little comment, running shoe, paste this, and from athletic it will be running, and this will be dark red, so primary. And this will be 2. Save it. Now we got it right here. And I don't need this. But instead, I'll set the display to be flex. Put some space right here. Display flex. Flex direction to be column, and then justify content center, and then align item to be center also. Save it. So it's right in the middle, right here. Now make sure this one is always stay in the middle, and increase it size a little bit. So I'm going to choose again running sneakers image margin 0 auto. Now on larger devices like this, you can see it's huge, so let's reduce size a little bit. So as include respond LG, says width to be 80%. Now it's shrunk a little bit, and this still works. Get this. Now we take out the last one with this back here. So I'm gonna copy this all the way from here, come down here, and this will be casual shoes. And our color will be lighter speed 3. Again, these are variable already created inside my variable right here. And the color is simple, that's the dark color, red, lighter, dark right here. I'll remove this, save this. Now you can see. Now again, let's take care of this image right here. So we copy this real quickly, come down here and change this to be casual, and the width is 80%, and MD is 95%. Save it. Now let's check it out. As you can see, it's on larger devices right here. So that's the images right here. Now let's take care of the button, as you can see right here. So it's my component. I have my button here. That already linked here, so I don't need to link again since I have my button right here. So select the button class. Also select any button element that had a type attribute of submit. I set a font size to be 1.6 RAM. Save it. Set a padding to be my button padding, which is 2 RAM top and bottom and 6 RAM left and right. Set text align to be center, border is 0, border radius to be my border radius variable right here. Set text transform to be uppercase, letter spacing to be my letter spacing variable, which is 0.4 rem also. And I set display inline flex, and I'll use my include justify inline center. So then we set the justify contents to be center and our inline item to be center. Set cursor pointer, add a transition to it. So I save this. We get this. Now for the default, now button that had a class called button to the default, which what we have right now for these. I set color to be the off-white, background color to be the accent color, border bottom to be 0.3 rem, solid the hover accent. Save it. As you can see, the border bottom that make it look like 3D. As you can see. Now let's add some hover effect to it. So I say hover border radius. I'll remove the border radius and the border bottom. Be 0 and background color to be my hover accent color. So we get this, as you can see. So that's my button. For now, we're gonna add more action to it later. So we got this and we had this. So now let's take out the sliding and the scrolling for this. So with that, I'll collapse this, close the button for now, go back to hero, set the overflow to be hidden, save it. Now nothing. Now let's go back to our JS right here, and we're coming right here for the carousel. So first we select our carousel. So I'm gonna create accounts. I give it a name called hero carousel. We're gonna be using the owl carousel plugin. Since it's using jQuery, that's why I use the jQuery to select it right here. Save it. Nothing happens. So we're gonna pass in some option. So just gonna grab my hero carousel and then call the owl carousel on it. Save it. But nothing really happened. So but we need to go add another class to this call, which is owl carousel right here. Save it. Now everything that is showing up. I need to add the options. So we go back here. This dot official documentation for our carousel right here. This kind of option you can pass through. For example, the loop, margin, the navigation, everything like that. So in here, the option I'm going to be passing this first items. We determine how many items we want to show per slide. So let's say one. Save this. Only one shows. You can see. Then I'll say autoplay. I set to true, so we'll automatically start sliding. Save this. As you can see. Now it's slide and it's on. It's slide again. Now it's stop. So we said loop. Make sure that when it reach the last one, you go back to the first one again. So loop, set to true, save it, and now let's see again. Second one, third one, we should be to the first one again. And first one, as you can see. Now I say my auto play timeout. I set to 4,000. That's how long do you want each slide to take before the next one sliding. So 4,000 milliseconds, that's 4 seconds. Save this. So you should wait for 4 seconds before sliding away. For the next one sliding. I set my autoplay speed. Maybe 450. That's how long it takes for the slide to fully slide onto the screen. I will copy the rest of the option from the other screen and go through it. Oh, this is the rest of the option. For example, transition, slide transition actually isn't. That are transition timing function, the loop, which we specified here already, and a drag, mouse drag, which is if you want that way to be draggable by your mouse. Now touch drag for mobile devices or touch friendly devices. Now that navigation, just a bullet on the bottom here. For this I set to be false, but on navigation the arrow I set to be true, and pause and hover when you however it will stop. I didn't save this one yet, that's why it's not working. So let me save it. So it's draggable, but the arrows are nowhere to be seen because we had to do a little bit more CSS. So let me expand this. Right click and choose inspect. I will put this one right here. We have our slide right here and the navigation right here. See, we're all the way at the bottom right here. So we need to use CSS and position them. So let's do that right now. So I'll go back to my component and choose carousel.scss right here. And then I'll select my our carousel. I choose our nav because that's a class that's wrapped around it. Now choose the button. Set position to be absolute. Tap to be 50%. Transform translate y -50%. Set the background color to be transparent. I save it. You can see right here the arrows. So I say display, be flex. I'll use my Mixin justify align center. So it's justify content center, inline item center. And it says height width to be 6 rem. Height also to be 6 rem. Save it. Nothing really changes. Now we need to start styling each one of these up. Next, so I'll come down here. I will next. I give it a border. Size width. By default, the border width is 0.1 rem, but I'm changing to 0.2 rem. Set the font size to be 2.5 rem. Set a border radius to be my border radius. I save it. Now we hide them right here. Set the eye, which is holding the arrow. I added this arrow inside of the carousel JavaScript file because by default it doesn't come with this arrow. I added them myself manually. For the eye, I set the color to be off-white. Set hover. Hover to be the border color. To be the hover accent. And then the eye also hover accent. So I save this. As you can see. Now I need to space them out. So I collapse this. Come down here. First do the next. So how next to right to be 2 rem. As you can see. Now preview. And this will be left. Save it. And we got this. So you can see, click. And we drag. So that's the hero session. I will close this one out. Close the main out. Now our next session is our 3 details. Let me show you in the finished project. So our next session is this. After we finish this session, then we're gonna take care of the scrolling for this. As you can see, as it was overlay, but as soon we cross this line, it changed background color. So that's what we're gonna be doing the next session. Okay, let's continue with the next session. I'll write a little comment right here. I'll just copy this. I call this comment, I call this session details right here. I'm a session element, give a class called details, another class called default, session spacing. Default session spacing, we add a little bit of padding, 5 rem, top and bottom. So if I say, I just put a paragraph right here, say hello, save it. I add some padding on the top and the bottom. Let's see if I remove it. Save it. See, there's no padding. Save this. We had a padding. Now inside here, we create our container. Set of the container, we create a row. If we look at the finished project, this is what we're creating. We had these 3 code right here. If I resize it, see, to let's say medium devices, we had 2 and then 1 column that stretched all the way 100%. And then very smaller devices, mobile had just 1 column. So we're gonna do that. So inside our row, I create flex. Since I'm small device, it's just gonna be 1 column. I'm gonna skip the SM. So MD gonna be 6. The first column gonna be 6. The first column we take half, and then we have flex LG take 4. Oh, we need total of 3. Multiply all this by 3. So this is 6, and this will be 12, and this will remain 4 right here. And I will put some comments right here. Then I create a class called code. I create code header. Inside of it, we have our icon. So called details icon. I'll get my icon called the truck. After code header, I'll send a little comment right here. After our code header, we're gonna have our code body. Inside of code body, we're gonna have a h3, the word shipping info. I have paragraph tag, free shipping on all orders of $135 and more. And then I'm gonna have a anchor element link to nowhere, and then learn more. Save this, and this is what we get. So that's the first code. We copy it again, paste it right here, and the second one, set a truck, it will be customer, and this be customer service. And this here will be, you will receive world class support on all your orders. And we'll leave this alone. And the last one, this we will refresh, and we refresh, and this will be return policy. Then we offer a 30-day money back guarantee. So that's it. Save it. As you can see, this is a medium. You can see. Also, you see we are like a squish together. So let's add some space right here on MD. So I create a class for it. Add a margin tab on MD to be 2 RAM. For on larger devices, I want to remove it. So margin tab LG 0. So this we add a 2 RAM margin to the tab, and then on larger devices LG add 0. So I'm going to remove it. So I say save. There's some space right here. And very small device, say mobile, just 1 column. And there's 2 RAM margin in between right here. So let's start styling this. So since we're dealing with a code, let's go inside our component. Inside our component, open the code, the SCSS. So we just want to grab our code. The styling not that much. Like the padding, our small spacing, which is 2 RAM, and the border radius. Our border radius variable with 0.4 RAM. Add a border. And it says width to be 0.2 RAM. Save it. As you can see, I don't know if you can see on your screen, but we had our border right here. Let me try to zoom in. As you can see right here. I will zoom up. Now with that, now we need to style inside of the code all of this. So I'm going inside my pages and I create another file called details.scss, and then inside my main I need to import it. So I'll just duplicate this and put my details.scss there. Now back here, select the detail class section and then grab the icon, details icon, set the font size to be 5 rem. Now the icon larger, and then a paragraph. All we do on the paragraph, add the margin, the space, this time the extra small, which is 0.6 rem. So that start 0 left and right, and 2 rem on bottom. So we save this. You can see that's all we need to do for this session. So you see, as you can see. Now let's take care of this scrolling for the navigation, even though we don't have no space. I will temporarily make my body set to the huge height number, say height to be 2000 pixels. So we'll be able to scroll. Now you can see the menu. So let's take care of that. Inside our JS, I'll go right here since this is the header. So the goal is, as we scroll, for example, this is fine overall, we can see here, but soon we come like somewhere like right here, we need to change the color. For example, as you can see, it's hard to see it. So as soon we reach this line, we need to change the background color. So let's do that. So first I will declare variable, get my hero, this whole thing. So hero, cover document, that query selector, hero. Sorry. Now we need to get how far do we want to scroll in order before we give it the class. So we said let scroll amount so this let scroll amount is how far should we scroll before we add our class. So how far do we scroll? First we need to take into account the height of this whole hero image and also this header. So in this whole hero image minus our header height will give us this distance right here up to here. So you see, for example, let's cancel that like this hero height and do cancel the log hero the client height. I save this. Let me make this one larger. Right click, inspect. Let me reset it, refresh it. So it gave us 940. That's our height, our hero. So let's check it. So as you can see at the bottom of my screen, it's hard to point to it, but you can see it's 1089 by 940, which is what we get here also. Now let's check for the header also. So header or header element or client height also. So it gives us 87. That's how tall it is, our height. So we need to get the difference between these two. So the hero height minus the header height. So scroll amount equals hero the client height minus header the client height. And now we need the window. Add event listener to it. We're going to listen to the scroll. If I function, then we're going to grab let's scroll. This scroll will hold the amount that we have scrolled so far, not the amount that we want to scroll, but the one that as soon as we start scrolling, we keep track of how far we have scrolled from the top. So it will be equals to window the scroll y. So let's cancel the log scroll. Save this. Now log down here as soon as I start scrolling. See. Now let's scroll all the way here and see how far that is. So like come right here, somewhere like right here. It give us 857. I see. So let's go back to our code here. So let's try to get this. As you can see, say 857. Let's say scroll amount, see how much it gives us. Save this. Now let me scroll. See 853. So that's close. You can see. So that's what we need. So I will say if scroll, which is how far we scroll, is greater than the scroll amount, how far we want to scroll. Then we're going to grab our header. I says class list. Nah, client height. Class list and add class called is scroll. So we're adding a class to this. Else, I'm going to grab this again, same one, and remove the class. Paste this and save it. So now let's try it. Go all the way out top, refresh it, and let's start scrolling. Then there's a mistake right here. Save, remove. Now it's be removed. Sorry. So let's try that again. Sorry about all the noise upstairs. I don't know why. Every time I saw recording, we always saw dragging stuff, making noises. So sorry about the noise. So let's just scroll and see. As we scroll, nothing happened. But watch right here. As soon as we come here, just watch right here. We get here. As you can see, the class is added. When we go back up, it's removed again. as you can see. So we need to work this scroll right here. So we go back to the header.scss and give that class the scroll. So once this thing has class is scroll, you set background color to be the body text color, and then the header nav, the border, the bottom color, I misspelled the color to be transparent, because by default we have this right here. And then add transition to this, add include transition. Same for the bottom also. Save it. Now let's try that again. So refresh and let's scroll. As soon we hit here, change the color. As you can see, the color changed. So let's say if you don't want to change it right here, but want to change it all the way, this actually is under white background right here. All you have to do, add this, the height again to the scroll mount. So what you have to do is right here within parentheses and add again the header client height. Save this. Now let's try that. Okay, so scroll. Nothing happens as soon as we start going down. Let's add it. When the top of the header touches the bottom of the hero, let's add it. This is up to you if you try to do something like that in the future. Personally, I like it right here, so I'm gonna keep it like that. I'll remove this, save it. So add it, remove, add it, remove. Now we shrink this back. So scroll, add it, remove. Now get rid of the body to 1000. So we close this one, and that's the detail section. Close the code, close the hero code, finish with that. Close the header, we finish with that also. Close when the main code, finish with that for now. Close the main also. Now we back to here. Next section. The next section is the feature. No, the category section. Let me show you real quickly. Next section is this one. This next section. Okay, let's move on. So I'll create a little comment right here. I'll just copy this real quickly. So create a section element with a class called category. Inside here, create my container. And inside of my container, again, create my row. Inside of my row, we're gonna have the two. There are total of 4 categories. Let me show you the film project again. As you can see, we have the men's shoes, athletic shoes, the casual shoes, and the women shoes. So we have a total of 4 categories. The first row will contain these two, and the second row will contain these two, the last two. So let's do that. So back here, flex MD sys, then flex LG 7. So multiply this by 2. Second column, the second one with also this 6 column, so half and medium devices, and this one will be 5. So all these add up to be 12. And create our code. They will class code, another class called category, to underscore code, and another one called men's category. Press enter. Inside here, we had a code body. And we had a heading too. And we say men's shoes. Now that we have anchor element with a class called button. Button default, or to class button default. And here we put sharp men's shoes. And we save it. And we get this. Now it doesn't look that nice, but we're gonna fix it. And so that's the first column. Just copy this. Put it right here in the second one. Paste it. And this is gonna be athletic category. And here, as you can guess, maybe athletic shoes. So sharp athletic shoes. Save it. We have it right here. So that is first row, as you can see. So just gonna copy like this row right here. Let's copy it, paste it again, and this one again, they're gonna be 6 and medium devices, and larger devices. This one gonna be 4 column, and this will be 8 column. So for this one will be casual, and this will be casual shoes, and this will be sharp casual shoes. I'll close this one out, and here this will be women, and this will be women. Shall women's shoes, and save that, and we got this. On smaller screen, just one column, and larger, as you can see, the 7, the 5, the 4, and the 8. Now you can see the row, we are stuck next to each other, there's no space here, so we're going to add some space to it. I'm going to use my utility class, add some space using margin bottom SM2, so 2 rem on the bottom of the first row, so we get some space right here, as you can see. Now we're going to style this to look nice. So inside my pages, I'm going to create new file underscore category .scss. Inside my main SCSS, I'm going to import it. So first I want to select my category section and select all the category code. Let me show you. Now I'm going to select this. So to ampersand underscore, so code. Again, this we select category code, as you can see right there. I set display to be flex, align item to be center. I remove the border, save this. As you can see, now you can see the border. Now I'm going to grab the H2, add some margin to bottom. I use my spacing SM. This is color be off-white. Now you can't really see it, but we're going to add a background image to it and you'll be able to see it. So since I'm going to be adding background image for each one of these, I'm going to set some default value for the background, such as background size to be cover, background position to be center, and background repeat to be no repeat. Now we set height, or this called height, to be 35 rem. Save it. We get this. Now again, everything is squished together. Now we need to start getting each one of these. So let's do that. So here, so we start with the main. So main category, set background image, to be linear. Linear gradient, direction be to right, so we set it from left to right. And our first color is going to be our primary color. And our second color will be RGBA, and our color be primary color. again, and the transparency be 0.7. Well, for SASS, you can do this. You can just put RGBA and put your color variable right here. It will automatically change into the red, green, blue value. Then I'm going to specify the image, the URL. I'll specify the URL. So I'm going to set the image folder. Since this SASS is compiled to the CSS right here, so we must jump out of the CSS folder. That's where these two .8 stand for. So now we're escaping, we're leaving the CSS folder. Now I'm going inside the images folder. So we leave this CSS folder. Now we're here. Now we're gonna look for the main.jpg. I save this. See it right here. Now we do it for the athletic and the rest. And our color will be secondary instead of primary and secondary. Hold Alt. In Visual Studio Code, you can hold Alt to select multiple. So it's going to be secondary. And the URL here will be athletic. And after this, save it. I think I spelled something. Of course, right here should be T, not L. Now you will have it right here. Now copy this. Paste it right here. Now this is going to be the casual shoes. And this will be the accent. Oh, sorry, the body text. But this is going to be RGBA. RGBA. So instead just the opposite, we're going to bring all of this right here. She could appear right here and remove this. And this will be the body text color. And this should say casual. Save it. We have it right here. And then the last but not least be the women category. And this will be the accent color. So we have this, and this should be women. So this is what we have, and smaller. This is what we have. Now we're gonna change this because these are same color. So we go back to the HTML right here and go to the last row right here and find the women, and the button will be off-white. Save it. Now let's go do the off-white color. So I'm going to go back to my component, button. Right here, I select my button. of white. So I'll copy this and change few things. Copy it, paste it, and this the color gonna be accent. And the background color going to be the off-white. And the bottom color is going to be hover off-white color. And this the hover background color will be the same as this also. So just copy this, paste it right here, save it, and we have it right here. You can see now. So that's a button. I'm gonna close this again, close this, go back to my category. Now let's see on larger screen. So everything look nice, but this one we want to put it on this side right here, so it's not directly on top of the image. So that will be on larger devices. So inside of the women category right here, I'm going to use my add include respond specify LG. Now we say since this already display as flex right here, say justify content flex and so we're going to put that at the end right here. So I save it, as you can see. So this is the category session. Medium devices, everything look stack. I see two column. Smaller, say just one column, as you can see. So that's the category session. Now let's move on to the next session, which is the feature product session. Now the feature product session, which is a carousel, as you can see. So let's do that right now. So I'm going to collapse this. So I will go down a couple lines. You can write the comments. Just copy this real quickly. So first I'll create a section with a class called feature product. And add my default session spacing. And inside here, create div with a class called container. Again, create my container. And then first thing, create my session heading. So I'm gonna have div club section heading, and another class called text center SM. So put in the center. Create a div called intro -vg, and it will have the word called feature product. And then I have a heading 2, again with feature product. I save it. This is what we get. Now let's start creating each code. So I'll create another div where class called future product carousel. So I'm just copy this. This right here, 2 underscore carousel, and an ID for future carousel also. Press enter. So I'm gonna create a first code for our products. So let's take a look again. Finish project. So we have our code right here. So we have the image, the hot icon, the name of our products, the review, the total amount of review, the price, and these are to code button with the icon that spend the full width of this container of these contents. So let's do that. There are a total of 6 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have a total of 6 products. So I will create a first one. We create our first one. So I create my code class, and the class called products code. Inside my product code, I will have my code header. Inside here, I will have the icon. And after the icon, I have my image. We look for the red and black Nike sneakers. This will be the first one. After this, the code header, we have my code body. Side of the code body, I have my product detail. We will hold a review and price. So I have products, details, then here I have my title review. So we hold the title, the review, with the heading 3. The name be red. Put the ampersand AMP. That we transform to the ampersand sign. Black Nike sneakers. Save it. This is what we get. As you can see, it transformed to the ampersand sign. And after this, I have my review. Press enter. So they're gonna be icon. So the first one, I. That will be total of 5. So times 5. And the last one will be line. Now create a span after this. That will say 85 review. And after the review, after the title review right here, put under div called price with a class called price. We should hold the price so $125. Save this and we get this, as you can see. After the product details and product and a card body, I'll collapse the card body right here. And after the card body, we will have a card footer. So card footer. With a card footer, set up anchor element for the class called button, our button. Again, button default. And then we add another class of button block that we will style to make it 100%. Right now is display inline flex. So we say add to cart and then put our icon to shopping bag. And we save this and we get this. Now this is now 100% and the icon is not showing the right color, but we're gonna style that. So that's the first code. I'll collapse this, copy this one, paste it, and do it for the second code. So now instead of this, it will be white, red sneakers, and this will be white and red sneakers. And the review will be 15. And the price 105. Now I will quickly finish this, add the rest for behind the scene. After I finish, I'll be back. So behind the scene, I added them. I added this one, navy blue and white shoes. Added blue black Nike shoes, gray sneakers, and all black sneakers. So once I save this, we should get them all right here, as you can see. Now we start with styling. So first we start styling this session intro right here. So go, it's already open now. Inside my base, I open my typography right here. That's where I set all the typography, the font, family, and set the H1 through H3 to be that's uppercase. That's why you see all the H3, H2 to be uppercase. Set the font size for each one of these. As you can see. Now we do for our session heading. So we grab our session heading, which is this right here, and we add some margin bottom to be our session space default spacing, which is 5 rem. And I save this. You see, this is the space. So I'm going to remove label by 1.5 rem. I remove the label from it. So push it. So now we too much space right here. I'll set the position to be relative. I set the intro BG, which is this one right here. This one, that right here. This is the heading to is the div intro BG. I set font size to be 6 rem. Save it. Set text transform to be uppercase. I set font width to be my variable bold width, which is 700. I set letter spacing to be my variable letter spacing, which is 0.4 rem. I set opacity to be 0.06, as you can see. Now this is how we look at smaller devices like this. This is a medium devices right here. Some medium devices, I'm going to change the font size. Say font size to be 6.5 rem, so a little bit bigger. So if you want to see how the CSS will look for this is how it compares to. As you can see right here, these are session heading. I see right here, all of this, it compared to this. So 3.5 rem, and the session intro BG, as you can see right here, we nested it. This is how it compares to. And then the screen medium devices is how it looks like. As you can see, add media screen and min width, and then put the LGE, the MD value right here. So that's a compile CSS from our SASS. Close this. Now let's continue. So that's media devices. On larger devices, I want to increase it a little bit more. So I'm just gonna copy this, duplicate it, put LG right here, and this will now be 6.5, it will be 8 rem. I save it so it can be larger. As you can see, now I'll resize it to MD again. Now from here, after the intro BG, I'm gonna talk about our H2 right here, so we can put it right here in the middle. So I say position to be absolute. That's why we set this whole thing to be relative. I says width to be 100%. Says tab to be 50%, and left to be 50%. Save it. This is what we get. It's not really in the middle or in the center. So we use our transform translate technique to be negative 50% and negative 50%, and save it. Now we have it right in the middle. Smaller devices in the middle, medium, large, as you can see. With that out of the way, now let's start styling the code. So inside my pages, I create new file called products .scss. Inside my main, I'm going to import it. Save it. Now right here, I'm going to choose my product code, which is this, all of this. I'll choose them. I'll close my typography. So I'll say products code. I set position to be relative. I'm gonna select I'm gonna style the icon right here by choosing the code header. That's where the icon is located. Using the I. Set position to be absolute. Set a top to be 2 rem. The right also to be 2 rem. Remember, there's a 2 rem padding all over right here. That's why I'm setting the top to be 2 rem and the right to be 2 rem. I set a cursor to be pointer and font size to be 2 rem also. Save it. This is what we get right here. Now we're gonna style the image right here. So code header. First we're gonna set the height to be 20 rem. Save it. I'm going to choose the image inside of it. Set its width to be auto. I set margin is 0 auto. So make sure it's in the center, as you can see. And we're gonna add some margin to the header called header. Margin bottom to be 2.5 rem. Should let to be 3 rem. About 3. Yeah, it works. On small, let's choose to be 4. About 4. She's 6. So 6 rem. As you can see. Now larger devices is way too much space. So we're gonna put the our include respawn LG. So margin bottom, let's choose 4 rem. Save it. 3. Good enough. So after that's our code header. Now let's go back to the code body. The code body. I set margin bottom to be 2 rem. 2 rem. Was some space right here, so you can see. Then now we grab the H3 inside of a which hold our title. Now say text transform to be capitalized. So we get this. We're gonna remove our letter spacing, so letter spacing becomes 0. And font width. Font width. No, font width to be at a regular width. And then margin bottom to be our spacing variable inside this xm, which is 0.6 rem. Save it. We get a little bit of space right here. Then we're going to target a price right here. Set the font width to be bold and color to be the accents color. Save it, and then we need to put them side by side right here. So this whole thing is inside our product detail, as you can see right here. Inside of the body, product detail right here. So I'm gonna grab that down here, the product details, to be display flex, justify content, free space between. Save it, and we get this. Now let's take care of the button. So we go back to my component button, and now we choose I. Set the color to be the off-white. So we have right here. Set a margin left to be 2 rem. Now we need to make a full. So remember we gave it another class called button black. So come down here, say button dash dash black, and then display will be flex. Save it, we get a full width of it right here. Before it was a display inline flex, now it's display flex. So that's the code. Now is a carousel, so let's make that work. So I'm gonna collapse this, go inside my JS folder, our main.js. We are doing a carousel right here. Go down, and then here, right here. So first I'll grab my feature product carousel. So I'm just really coming right here. Select feature. Remember, this is the ID we give it. So I'm going to copy this, paste it right here. Then I'm going to select it again, and I call the our carousel plugin I save this. You see nothing because we need to add extra class to this called our carousel. Save it, and we got all these three stuck together. So we need to add some setting, some grab the setting from other screen and go through it the same as the previous one. So we're adding the margin of 25 pixel. Set the autoplay to be true, so it's gonna start sliding eyes on. Again, the autoplay timeout, the speed transition. I use a Quebec Bezier. Set to loop, draggable. I use the dot this time, so we not the arrow, and I set the arrow to be false. And then this important one, the responsiveness, On smaller devices, 0 pixel. I want 1 item. On medium devices, 1 2 item, and larger devices right here, 1 3 item to slide. So if I save this one, as for example, we on the MD, so 2 item. Now we are sliding. Now you can see there's so much space right here. So let's fix that. And smaller devices, we got this. We should have okay. And larger devices, we get this. Again, there's so much space right here. So we're gonna fix that. So we go back to our products. And for the card body, instead of putting the measure bottom, I'm gonna remove the measure bottom to be 2 RAM 0. So top and bottom 2 RAM and left and right 0. And here we're gonna remove the margin bottom. Save this and get this. Because on smaller devices it's stuck. So I'm going to add 3 right here. Let's see. Should go back to the SASS. So that look nice. And now I need to remove for the MD. So MD B3 just 0. This and on larger devices, that look nice. And I can see we don't have a bullet right here. But if I expand this whole thing, right click anywhere right here, come all the way down, you see that it's got that our that. So we're gonna style this real quickly. So we will go back to, so I'm going to the component carousel, and after the our nav, I'm gonna create another one for that navigation. Choose our that. I set margin tab with my variable spacing SM. Get display flex. I'll use my mixin justify align center, which you set our justify content to be centered and align item to be centered also. And choose my how that individual that says width to be 2 RAM and height also to be 2 RAM. Set a border radius to be 50%. It will make complete perfect circle because the width and the height are the same. The background color to be the off-white by default. I'll add some transition to this. Every time the out that had an active class, I will set background color to be the hover accent. Save it. Now I need to add some margin I can see we are stuck together right here. So I'm gonna select all of them except for the last one by the not letter. So not specify which one. So the last child. So we select everything except for the last one. For example, I want to add a border to it, so you can see I glue border. I says color to be red. So I select everything except for this one. This one does not have any color right to it. So I will say margin right to be 1.5 rem. Now we'll space out. I don't know if you can see it. I will space out now. Some larger devices, as you can see. Now I will reduce the width and the height on larger device a little bit. So right here, we'll add include respond LG. Grab these two, and here will be 1.5 RAM. 1.5 RAM. Save it. So a little bit smaller. Beside it, I'll close this, the button also, the JS, and the product. So that a feature product. The next section is the trending. The next section is trending. So these are trending when more shoes. So let's do that real quickly. So come right here, little comment. So create a session. With a class called trending, and using my margin bottom XM for so I have 4 RAM to the bottom of this session. So inside of it, create my container. And my session heading. So I'm just going to copy that from here. And this we say is trending. Save it. And we get this right here. Now we have a total of again 6 items right here. Like this one, but different shoes. So it's just the same code, the same classes, styling. So because of that, I will quickly populate them right here and be back. So I'm back. So I just created a row with some column inside of it, and MD, they're all 6. So I take half of the screen, all of them, and larger devices, just 3, a total of 3 columns. So each take 4 all the way, and the product inside. So when I save it, so we get and smaller devices, get 1 each one of these, and larger devices, so you get It says. So I close this. Add our training session. Now the next session is the promo. The promo, this with our animation, the coupon, and then the blog and our photo. So let's get started. Okay, let's continue. Now, right session, the class called promo. Inside the promo, I create my container. Right inside here, the row. And I will give it another class, align, item center, and justify content end. So these two classes are inside the utility. The align item center, we may set the align item property value to be center because this is display flex, and the justify content end, we set the justify content property is value to be n again as flex n, since this is a flex. So in here, if we take a look at the finished project, you can see the image on this side and the wording in the second column right here. And a smaller device here, we don't have that. So if I right click this, for example, if we reset our browser, as you can see, it jump all the way back here. So we don't have it on this side. So we only need it on this side on larger devices. So I create a container, so flex LG, that says press enter, and here create a div class called big text, and then we say 35% off, and down here create a heading one element. I say first purchase, I use my BR tag for the break, say free shipping, and at the bottom here create anchor element, a button with a class called button defaults, and this will be the button for the modal. So I'm give it another class called modal btn, and leave this one to be empty, and then we create another attribute right here using data dash targets. I say its name to be coupon modal. This will be used in the JS to find the modal that's corresponding to this button right here. So right here we say get coupon. Save this. We go down. As you can see, have it right here. So set a promo session right here. So let's start this session quickly and we go through the other session and create a modal at the end. So inside my SCSS folder of pages, I create another file called promo.scss. Inside my main, I will import it. So in here, I choose the promo session and get a padding of 8 RAM, top and bottom, 0 left and right. Says color to be off white color. Says be display as flex and line add-on to be center. I save it. And you can see it's got our padding right here. Now I set the background image, a linear gradient, and the direction be to right. By default, the direction is top to bottom. And the first color will be RGBA. Maybe the secondary color. And the transparency be 0.4. And the second color will be this one also. Only the transparency will be 80%, so 0.8 right here. And then we're going to specify the URL. Go to images, look for promo-bg.jpg. I save it. We get it right here. Now I need to set a background size to be cover, background position to be center, and background repeat to be no repeats. Save it. This is what we get. Now let's select our big text right here. So it's big text. I set font size to be 8 RAM. Font width to be bold. No, not that. Text transform to be uppercase. Letter spacing. Save it. This is what we get right here. Now you see on large devices, because they justify content and etc. right here. If you don't have this, save it. It be right here the flex star, which is the defaults. Now I want to increase this little bit on larger devices, so say is my media query mixing. LG, I set font size to be 10 RAM, so a little bit bigger. Now add some margin at the bottom of the heading one. So let's see outside of here, H1. margin battle to be 2 rem. Save it. Now we get this. So this is what we get. Now we create a modal last. So this is the promo session. I will close this one out. And the next session will be the blog. So I'm gonna copy this, the comment. So use my session element with a class called blog, where my default session spacing. And inside here, create my container. And inside of the container, I create my session heading. Where text center. Actually, let me just copy it from here. And you just want to say blog. I save this. Let me reset this a little bit more. We have it right here. Now, create my row. We have 3 columns on larger devices, half and half on medium devices, and just 1 column on larger devices and smaller devices. Now I'm going to create the blog code. So code and the class called blog code. Side here, create my code. Inside here, my code header, which hold the image of the blog. And then code body. Heading 3 for the title. So let's say blog title here. Paragraph for the lower 30. And then anchor element for our button. So again, button default. That we say read more. Now the code is going to be the same images, so I won't be changing the images. Save it. This is what we get. That's our medium devices, mobile devices right here, and large devices. Now we're going to style this so a lot nicer. a medium devices right here. I want to add some space, and I want to add some space right here for the last one. I can see it's stuck right here, so I will give it the margin tap MD to be 2 and remove it from the LG. So margin tap LG 0. Save it, and we have some space right here. So that's our blog session. Inside my pages, I'll create another file called blog.scss, and I will import it right here. So I'll select the blog session and select my blog code. I say padding to be 0, border, I remove the border, as you can see right here, 0, and the padding to be 0, border to be 0. Save it. Now you can see. Now we grab the code header and the image inside of it. I says width to be 100% and height also. Save this. And then we're going to grab the code body. Set padding to be our spacing XM. As you can see, but we want to add some border to this. So I use my border mixing include border, and I pass in some variable right here. So I'm going to change the width variable to width. Instead of 0.1 RAM is to 0.2 RAM. So we have it right here. After that, set our heading 3. I said text transform be initial. So go back to the normal. After that, has remove the letter spacing. And the paragraph none, and give it the margin to be the speed 2 RAM and 0, 2 RAM top and bottom and 0, so left and right. So that's the blog code, as you can see. Now let's do the footer quickly and then work on the modal. So I close this, go back here, and here I select my footer. This is a footer element, my class called footer. So a paragraph right here, I will say design and develop by, I use my YouTube name. Save it. And this one, you can't see anything, but we're gonna style it. So I'm gonna go to layout, folder.scss right here. I already linked it right here. So it's very simple. Select my folder, class, say background color to be the folder bg color, and set color to be off-white, and text inline with center, and padding to be the spacing MD. So this is what we get. As you can see. So that's the folder. Now let's work on the last element, which will be the end of this tutorial. So the last element is the modal. I come right here, create div with class called modal, and then ID coupon dash modal. If you remember, set up promo, this data target had the same name as our ID. We will use that in the JavaScript to connect to this. So inside here, I close my close modal icon. So close modal. Now choose modal content, and here I create. Actually, let me show you the final project of the modal. So we had two sides. One hold the form and the button, and this one hold the background image and the shoes that's taken outside. Good. And how I close icon right here. So add a promo image. That'll be the shoes taken outside. Save it. This is what we get right here. Then down here, we had a promo newsletter. We're heading to, let's say, get coupon. And we create a form with the class called form that will hold our inputs. Create div called form group. Inside an inputs, type an input, type called email. Select ID class right here for form inputs, and a placeholder of enter your email address. And then down here, create button. We have type to be submit, even though we won't be submitting that anywhere. And a class button default. Save it. Now we need to add get coupon. Save it, and this is what we get. Let me shrink it down a little bit. So this is what we get. So inside our component, I already have a modal.SCSS right here. So we're gonna start styling it. Search the modal class, set position, be fixed, save it. Now it is up here. It's beneath all this content. So I say Z index be 400. Say tab 30, left 30, width 100%, height also 100%. Get the overflow, Y to be auto. Set display to be flat. Save this. Yeah, now we had them right here. Set background color to be RGBA, and for the color gonna be the body text color, and the transparency, the alpha will be 0.9. As you can see, I'll add some transition to this, and I use my Shopify align center mixing. So it's gonna be right in the center right here. Now start the close. Set the font size be 3 rem. Position absolute. Tab to be 2 rem. Right also to be 2 rem. And cursor be pointer. So we have it right here. Now let's take care of this sort of content. So modal content inside of the modal right here. So set width to be 90%. Background color be a white color. Save it. This is what we get. Now this is on smaller devices. But on larger devices, I want to make them side by side. Side by side. And also this will reduce the width of this. So say I include this one LG to be width 65%. Actually, I said 75%. And then set we display flex and then inline item center. Now not, as you can see, now we are side by side. On median devices, stack from top to bottom, IG and up, side by side. Now I want to reduce a little bit on even larger screen, for example, full screen like this. This is extra. It's way too large. So I'm just gonna copy this. So it's 60 right here. Now it's 90 here. Now after this, we can target our promo image. Set position to be relative. Says height with 35 rem. Set of padding. Padding to be 4 rem. Save it. We're gonna face all of this. Set background image. After this, we select the image. This one now. It says width to be auto. Height to be 100%. And margin with 0 auto. So it's gonna be in the middle. So this is what we get. After this one, we're gonna style all of this on larger devices. So this is medium, small. Now this larger device, we want to position the shoes right here and make this one a little bit taller. So let's do that. So right here, include LG. So I'm gonna set a height. For the promo image, by default is at 35 RAM, and this will be 50 RAM. So I say this, as you can see, a lot larger. It says width to be 50%, so it takes half, as you can see. And I say max width also. Don't worry about our shoes, we fix it. So it's not more than 50%. Now say the image. Says position to be absolute. Save it. Now we need to say, that's why we set our parent element right here to be relative. I say left to be negative 16 RAM. And this is what we get. On push a little bit this way on Excel. So we grab this again. and sorry, this, duplicate it and change it to Excel. Delete this, set left to be -25. So when scoop all the way over here. So you see. Now let's work on the newsletter. So I'll collapse this. Newsletter is promo newsletter. Padding to be 2 4 RAM. And larger devices. Says width also to be 50%. So it's half also. So this is what we get. As you can see, half. Then this is my form group. And margin 2 RAM, top and bottom 0, left and right. Save it. And that's it. Now let's start our form. So get inside of the component, go to form, the SCSS right here. Then we choose the form. Choose the form inputs. Set display to be block. Says width 100%. Set padding to be 2 RAM. The background color to be transparent. Font size 1.6 RAM. I add some border. And some transition also. So this is what we get. Now add some hover and focus. So hover and focus. Set a border color to be the focus color. So this is what we get. So this is the larger devices. This is how it look like. Now we need to add the animation. If we take a look, the finished project right here, where we see this zoom out to into place and this slide in. So let me show you again. A fade in and this one slide in. So I'll go back to the model right here, collapse this, and then I'm gonna grab my content right here. I'll grab the content again, the model content, and set transform scale to be 1.1. Save this. You can see it zoom in. I set a transform origin to be center. I add some transition to this. I set transition delay to be 0.3 second. Since it takes the transition takes 0.3 second, add this delay so it waits until this overlay background fade in first before this one. So working. Now the image, this one. So set a promo image, also set a transform, translate x to be -12 RAM. Save it. Sorry, the image. So yeah, now give it the transition. Now this transition will be different. By default, we have the opacity of 0. So when we fade this one and this also we fade in and then slide. So because of that, we want to transition the opacity for 0. Duration 0.3 second is out, and then 0.6 second for delay. The 0.6 second coming from this transition time, and the overlay 0.3 second for the overlay, 0.3 second for this one to fade in. So we had to wait 0.6 second for this one to fade in, and then we want to transition the transform duration to be 0.3 second, and then ease again out, and the delay 0.9 second. So if I say this will disappear. As you can see, now we do it for this one's also opacity is 0, visibility be hidden, so disappear. So now we need to create a active class to bring all this back. So right after here, choose active. So when the modal class have the active class, we set opacity to be 1 and visibility to be visible. So by default, then this will be opacity 0 by default, visibility be hidden. So when it has the active class, we bring it back, the opacity 1, visibility visible, and then the modal content. Also, we'll just grab this, and then the scale transform scale to be 1, and then the promo image now have transform translate x to be 0. Now nothing's working. So now switch to the JavaScript right here. So we'll create some variable called modal btn, which is our button that we'll be clicking. Document, query selector to be our modal btn, which is this. After that, we want to create another constant for the close button. Now we add an event listener to our modal button. So modal btn that add event listener, listen the click on the function, passing an event e. First say prevent default. Here we prevent a default action or the element. So in this case it won't submit anywhere. So if I click, it won't do anything, as you can see. If I don't have this and I click, it will refresh. But we don't want that to happen. So now if I click, it won't do anything. So I will grab the ID. Remember we gave it the data target for this one. Now we grab it to connect it to the ID of the model. So we say create a const called model target ID, which should be e that target. That e that target we return what we click on. So let me show you real quickly. So I can say console.log modal target ID. Save this. Right click, open the so if I click this, it shows us anchor element for the button, the modal btn. Now we need to get this, the data target. So e that target that get attribute or attribute we need a data target. See if I save this and click again, now I give out coupon model. So we need to connect. Now we got this. We need to find any element with this ID. So we create another variable const modal target. This will be the actual model. So it will be document a query selector. Since this is an ID, I'm going to be use a backtick, put a hash in front, a dollar sign, and create bracket, and use my variable modal ID. So let's say I want to cancel that modal target. Save it. When I click, so I click it. As you can see, it gives us the ID, the model itself. So that's what we need. Now we need to add a class. Once we get it, the class list, the add active, save it. Now let's try it. Click it. As you can see, refresh again, click it. As you can see, now this does not work, so let's take care of that. So I will copy this whole thing, remove everything here. So close modal btn and click and grab this referring to the close modal button, this parent. So we are right here, so let me right click here. We are right here, right? This is the close button and the active class right here. We want to jump from here to here. So this is the child element, this is the parent, so we need to jump from a child to the parent. We use this parents node. So let me cancel that log so you can see. So cancel that log, this, that parent node. Save it. And let me click this, active, click. And now you see this is parent. And now we need to remove the class list. The class list, that remove active, save it, show, click, disappear, show, click, disappear. So that's it for the modal. And this is the finished project. We have our header with a nice navigation with this nice mega menu with this selection. Have our nice slider right here, carousel slider. This nice three-column, this category, feature products, a draggable carousel, the trending products, nice modal right here, our blog and our photo. So that's it for this whole tutorial. If you make it this far, thank you for sticking and thank you for watching. If you have any question, be free to leave them in the comment section. If you have not done so, I would very much appreciate it if you like, subscribe and hit the bell notification icon. So next time I release new tutorial, you'll be notified. Thank you again for your time for watching, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. Bye.